I don't know. We'll just start the game normally. I don't know. Start from the autosave. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely nicer, but I mean, we could just start from the autosave and just add like 20 seconds onto our time. Yeah, cactus. What? Yeah, whatever. We'll just start from the autosave for the sake of resetting faster, I guess. See, yeah, I can just prime it once we start. Good. Oops. Think about how fast it is to reset now, though. Although I have like, maybe it's better to reset this one. Maybe this one. I have like a million fucking autosaves on the other one. I'm doing cloakless still. Oops. Hey Yui. How's the new Night Rain mode? Might play a little bit today, I'm not sure. I'm gonna be playing it a bunch tomorrow, so. What's up, Zoodle? The moss fly skip? Oh, I don't know, actually. I didn't even know that I'm not even sure exactly what you mean. Okay, cactus, I see. Hello, Trix. You're only at depth 3, you haven't lost yet. Were you playing solo, or were you...
Hey, come on. Hey, look, I'm Papa.
Just solo, gotcha. Honestly, I still feel like the changes they made to solo at the beginning of the game were just like a little bit much. Oh, I should have just kept going forward. It's annoying. Oh, actually, I forgot. Forgot what I was supposed to do there. Damn it, dude. We had it, but... Oh, I'm so bad, man. It was perfect. How am I... I don't want to reset already. We had the setup. It was just... I just fucked it up, man. You know what? Just die. I'm just gonna fucking... I'm gonna reload the room and practice this real quick. Yeah, the skull guy on the ledge is super fucking annoying. He hit my head. There is a lot of rosaries in this cave. Man, I practiced this last night too. This is so annoying. I'm just too slow. God damn it, dude. How is that not good enough? Oh my god. I was practicing it last night and I was like nailing it super, super well, but... Alright. Yeah, chat, I'm kind of cheating. I'm using the autosave to start the run because it saves you like 45 seconds of just waiting for nothing. It honestly makes the start of the run feel like way better. I hate how that moss guy is in such an annoying spot. Pogo is too far right, yeah. Oh, too far left. Yeah, it I don't know, it might have been both, honestly. Hello, Matthias. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Cactus. Also, I think pogoing into these like the fatigue cutscenes or whatever you want to call them helps a lot too. Like, I think it actually saves a bit of time because it puts you like further forward. That's not good. Actually, it was okay. It wasn't too bad. Sinner's Road and Bile Water is so ass. Dude, Bile Water actually made me so salty. Yeah, I'm on controller.
Hey, come on. Hey, look, Ababa.
Abapa.
Mimido.
Hironare. Kadastama.
Guru.
Benny Frank.
Joma. Fayuma.
It was like the last area you did. Yeah, that definitely makes like a big difference. He was too low, dude. Fuck. Just get me up there, please. Oh, I hate this skip. It's not even hard. That's like why I hate it.
Pushanka, Pushanka, Mieszko,
Yanara.
Pushanka.
Pushanka. Wishke.
Just, it feels so bad to mess that skip up because it's really not a hard skip. I'm baiting it too far left. Big time save, Pog. It's really easy, actually, Cactus. Or wait, why can't you do it? Dude. This fucking enemy annoys me so much. You have to, like, throw your spear from high enough up where he doesn't... Fuck's sakes. Oh, you need the Geo? I see. Or yeah, the rosaries. Well, you can use the teleport mod cactus. Hello, Hanukkah. Where's the biggest time save? Like, everywhere. I guess probably there's like a gauntlet fight at the end of the run. That's like really hard. I lost a lot of time there. We might do Night Rain later today, chat. We're not necessarily not doing Night Rain. We're gonna be playing Night Rain all day tomorrow as well, so. God damn it. I didn't want to go below. Can't pogo as much. God dang it, dude. I always try to line those guys up, but it's tough. Thank you, Redmond. Sometimes you can like dash cancel the running attack, but I don't know. It didn't work that time, I don't know.
Must be.
I was gonna say, how are you not dead yet, lady? Yeah, cactus, I saw. It looks horrible. God dang it, dude. I thought I jumped the trap, but apparently I didn't. Dude, this fucking spot is so brief. I hate it so, like, it... Wait, I don't have enough geo. Or... Just forget. It's not the spot's fault. Well, it kind of is, because they put the loading zone right next to the fucking thing. Well, they make it so you can't do inputs when you enter as like you enter the screen, because that's how in Hollow Knight, that's how you did, like, you got like out of bounds on like the zones. Oops. Damn it. Dash too early. Dude, I jumped too high. Yeah, there's like an out of bounds glitch with the fast travel. Yeah.
Hirunai.
Bravo, Yanaga, Moshke, Barishkava.
Yeah, I mean, you can only do it in Act 3 because of the...
Kadestre.
Kavak, Katsa, Ushka, Mitri.
Yeah, I got 100%.
Bravo,
That's fine.
Kavak, Katsa, Pumta, Osh. Yanaga,
Caspian?
Barishkava.
Would it be faster to save in first slot? No, because in the it just automatically selects your previous, like the save you were on. Doesn't matter.
Pumta, Osh.
Oops. Yo, Zoodle, thank you for the 14 months. Are you gonna run Silksong? You're in... That's a lie. Oh, you're doing Steel Soul 100%? Wow. Good luck with that, man. Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, jump! Wow, okay. Back down here, man. Yeah, 100% Steel Soul. You're crazy, Zoodle. He gets so nervous. Yeah, I can't blame him. Why did one of those taunts just didn't work? It's so weird. Oh. I did not do that correctly. If you do your running attack on these like a specific way, you can actually break them and oh god. The relic enough rosaries for the run? It was until they patched the route, and now I have to play on the old patch with the shitty rosaries again. That was pretty good. Yeah, the flea juice is pretty nice. It's like it's not like insane or anything, but it's nice. That is crazy. Dude, these fucking platforms, I don't know. I'm crashing out. They're so jank. Why are they so jank, dude? The ledge grab is like delayed or something. No, I don't think it's a controller thing. I think it's just a platform thing. Like certain platforms don't give you ledge grabs like right away. Like they're just weird. I think the reason why, so Cactus, I actually did a wall jump off the side of that platform before. I think that's why they're so jank, because the edge is like a wall. So I've been quitting out here. I don't know if it's better, but I like quit out once the lever goes down in the ground. I imagine it is, yeah. I had one run though where my flea bottle was like out of juice. It was out of juice after this fight. It was so weird. Like it just, I didn't have any juice left.
Es que
Catestre.
serra casa.
Fadastama.
Alama.
Yeah, I don't know, cause like he gave me the bottle, but I guess it only had 3 charges. It like fucking, I have no idea. I had to pay for more. He gave me like just a few doses.
Bonva.
Hironare. Caspin.
Si, Sharavo. Si, Sevenya. Shafata. Shafata. Si, Sevenya.
Da, Fenestra.
Oh, I was supposed to use the flea juice here, I forgot. I don't think the cog flies are worth it. Because you don't have increased tool damage is the problem. I'm just trying to get some soul from these enemies. Alright, well, my PB is still shit, so I'm gonna grab this in case I mess this up, because I can still continue even if I die on the mist. I have so much time saved in the high halls. I mean, I've practiced the mist a decent bit. I still need to practice it way more, but... I don't think I'm gonna do Timothy skip. I haven't practiced it enough. Also, there's like you can like jump straight over those 2 bugs and take like a really nice line, but it's so finicky and I really don't want to take damage on this segment. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should just do the Timothy Chalamet skip. I don't know what I should have done there. I guess I could have pogoed one of them. I don't know. They just completely zoned me. Actually, I guess going top isn't too bad, because at least you can go straight towards the exit. I hate this room so much. No way, dude. I go back. I'm gonna go back again. Oh, that was actually so good, dude. It was the left side, right? I have to go back. Oh, that was pretty good. Nope. No. After God Miss? Well, I mean, I died in Sinner's Road anyways. This is terrible. Oh, that's good. Play it safe. I hate how she gets iframes like that, dude. He's gotta be dead. There we go. Oh, that was so bad. How dare she use Descending Dark through. Hey Kenny, thank you for the 69 months. Honestly, apart from the if it wasn't for the death in Sinner's Road, this would be pretty good. Hey, Halaron, what's up? I always forget you need to, like, run forward a tiny bit here.
Gennara. Venera. Regina Fora. Vienta.
Also, I'm not sure how to get past this enemy here at the start without, like, getting hit. The guy that spawns on the left side. I guess you just put it on. When I come to this room, I always like forget what I'm doing. I always never remember like what's next here. Oh, it's fat. Oh, okay, cactus. That's smart. Not the best, but I wonder if it's better to use a flea brew for like this final phase, because he just like stands there for so long. Yeah, you can parry the center attack. It's probably worth it. It's just kind of sketchy to do. Now back to 2 damage cogs. Hooray. Oh, really, Cactus? Okay, somebody was telling me of another save quit before, but I forgot about it. I'm so impatient. That was pretty decent though. Well, it was like almost decent, I should say. It's weird, the running attack doesn't work to knock these. I don't know why. Oh, that was close. I just want to get to full health. I guess I could have just healed off this bat here. Well. This one. Oh, I'm not supposed to drop that far. Wait. Am I getting lost again, chat? I think I am. I'm supposed to go further left. One more room to the side. I'm getting lost. Classic. Guess you have to go. Right here. Oh, that was awful. Whatever, it's okay. You live and you learn. What were you saying, Cactus?
Welyanis. Halama.
Oh, okay, cactus, I see.
Bonva.
Benny Frank.
Welyanis.
I find it weird that in this game they made it so after you get any ability... It's strange that after you get any ability in this game, the game, like, auto-saves. It's kind of annoying, honestly. No, I haven't tried Steel Soul. Well, like, it basically kills, like, bench warping. Close to getting another. Dang it, dude. Oh, that scared me. This has been a really bad fight, but... Trying not to die. Hey, Rosie. I think maybe it's better to switch back to the spear for this fight as well. And especially for, I don't think parry is like good for the gauntlet, but I feel like it's too hard to use. I feel like the spear is better for the gauntlet as well. Good versus tornado. Yeah. Yeah. But you could also, well, maybe you can't. Oh God. I don't know what I'm doing, dude. Is it patched on this version? Am I on the wrong? Oh, no. Oh my God. I'm so trash, dude. Oh, I'm so fucked. Stop falling on this shit. I should not have. God damn it. Dude, I hate this section. I need to practice it. I need to practice this section. I don't know how to fall down this area properly. Bit of shade skip there. Oh yeah, true. I wonder if you could actually bounce off of the, like, explodey guy. Oops.
Husband?
Alright, then one up. Oh no, further up a little bit more. Alright, not great, but we've fucked this up way worse before.
Mio Fene? Benny Frank? Yanara.
Wait, I need to play the music.
Cadestre. Tamiyan. Nesvir.
Okay. Now we climb higher up. That wasn't good. Alright, my favorite place. You know what? I'm going to be a peach. I mean, I'm gonna get sent back like 10 years if I die here, and I'm probably gonna die here, so... Dude, that Steam enemy is so fucking annoying. I mean, I really don't want to do this, but... Yeah, it would have been fine if I was on the fucking other path, probably. What? I hate these. That spot right there is just so fucking annoying, dude. Could have went. That's so cringe, dude. The bug was in like... He just completely gated me, dude. Oh, I don't have my text open. Okay, there we go. It's a puzzle, man. I don't know, I gotta practice. This puzzle is like... Puzzle's a nightmare. Yeah, I think pillar by pillar is better too, Cactus. I don't know, it's... I have no idea what, like, the most efficient way of doing that is. Fucking hate this room. Okay, that was good. Oh my god, whatever, just fucking amazing, dude. I'm gonna grab this bench and switch spear. Oh, this is so bad. Damn. This is so bad. Fuck.
Cadastre.
We're gonna have to grab the bench. All right, thanks, Cactus. Have a good night, man. No, I didn't. Ah, she was so close to dead, dude. Why do you take contact damage when the boss is stunned? It's so fucking stupid.
Buenera. Na, Fenestra.
That was better. We only got hit once. Oh wait. Hey Francis, thank you for the 4 months, man. Thank you, dude. The heal. Not bad. Not too shabby. I think I'm gonna practice that lava section before we do another run. The part where I died in my run. Nice, though. I don't know how many deaths we had. No, I'm not on the beta patch. I'm on, like, the public patch, because they fixed the cloakless route. They fixed the cloakless route on the beta patch. I don't know, how many deaths did we have? We died three deaths, I guess. We died in Sinner's Road, and we died on Lace, and we also died in, like, the lava section. Did we die twice in the lava section, even? So 4 deaths if we died twice there? I can't remember. We also took a lot of, like, safety benches, too. I think it was 3 deaths. Or maybe 4 if I died at the lava place twice, I don't know. Nice. Thanks, Rosie. Well, they fixed a skip. You can, like, do a glitchy wall. Yeah, I did have a really good mist. That mist was really that mist right there. I feel like I should highlight that just to, like, show people how the mist works. Because that was insane. It was actually, like, close. I'm not gonna say it was a perfect mist, because, like, the movement wasn't that great, obviously, but in terms of, like, the room layouts, that was insane. Like, here, let's go back. For those who didn't see, but I'm gonna go back and I'll show you guys the mist that we had in that run, because it was, like... It was kind of crazy. Come on, Twitch VODs, you could do it. There's a lot of... Yeah, PB is not nearly as easy anymore. I need to refresh or something, I don't know. We could also check out the new Night Rain mode for a little bit. Maybe take a break from Silksong for like a few hours. Dude, I don't know what's going on. My browser is like crashing or something. Wait, is my chat? Are you guys there? Oh, oh, that was weird. Okay. Thought my chat was crashing too. Yeah, look at this miss that we got in this run. It was like... Oh, we should probably practice Timothy Chalamet skip too. Okay, so like we enter the mist, right? We go down. We get the butterflies, right? Then we go left. But then I'm like, okay, fuck this room. I'm gonna go back to the butterflies I just had. And then boom, the butterflies go straight up to where I started. Boom. And then you go back. And then you can, so the third room, so the way that Mist works, you need to do 5 solves, right? But the third room, you can go take any left or right exit. It doesn't matter which one it is. On room 3, you could take any exit, so you don't even have to check the butterflies. So you could basically, like this is room 2 solve, right? But then we go back into the room and we just take the same exit again, because it's a left side exit. Boom, that counts as a third solve. And then, well, maybe, I don't know if the RNG on this room was that good, but basically room 4 we went left, and then room 5 is, or solve 5 is always a right exit. So because of that, I could go back into the same room and then go to the right, because that's where I came from. Unfortunately, I missed the ledge. But and then that was it. It's kind of crazy how fast it can be with the right RNG, but it's completely, the thing is, it's completely RNG, right? So like, you can get, no, that's not anything they're gonna fix. I mean, it's just like the rules of how it works. It's not a glitch. Just ran around randomly until you solved it. Nice. I like how when you spawn in here, you don't have any silk if you use the autosave. Well, this is not good. Getting the height right for that is kind of tricky.
Game saved.
Game saved. All right.
Game saved.
We can't hug the right completely. Actually, I guess that's kind of comfy. Maybe just do that. Just hug this wall. Okay, you gotta hug. You gotta turn a little bit and then grab that. I didn't have my. It didn't let me dash again there. I have no idea why. That's so weird. Why didn't it let me dash? Okay, grab it a little bit later. You might be able to make that. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea though.
Game save.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about it. You should probably just jump to the lower ledge. Maybe it's better. Problem is, I think I'm gonna hit the bug there if I do that. Making that cycle doesn't seem too bad, honestly. It seems pretty forgiving. I gotta practice this room a bit more, though. Okay. Yo, Javen, Yogurt Ducks, Anti-Mimic, SNTR, Lala Luna, DMF, thank you for the subs, guys. Alright. So... fuck. That's the only problem is, like, you need to be close enough. Oh, I'm here. I can skip the grab, but then I can't because I have no dash. I guess you can, maybe you can just fall through the chains there, or between the chains. You can, but sometimes that bug is in the way, I think. Yeah, I mean, I could attack downward instead. Probably better just to do that, actually. Definitely safer anyways. I think the lava cycles are tied to when you like enter the, when they like appear on screen anyways. So. Gotta make sure to, I'm like worried about not being fast enough, but I don't, it's really not that tight. I was too fast. I think that's fine, honestly. I think I like doing it like this. Oh, I don't want to down dash too fast though. Thank you, Zoodle. All right, one more time. That worked. Not really exactly what I wanted. But... All right. What else did we want to practice? I can't remember. There was something else. Oh yeah, Timothy. Oh yeah, we could maybe practice the puzzle too. Although I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, this save file has everything in the autosave still, so that should be good. There's some like cursed tech that people came up with. Where you can like apparently if you go like neutral I don't know. It's cursed. Yeah. So basically, when you pogo into the ground, your character gets like stopped for a second. You can see, like if you hit the ground. That's why you wanna, when you do the pogo strat, you wanna be like high enough in the air that you don't collide with the ground. But if you hit the ground and then you go like neutral as you hit the ground, there's like no hit stun. I don't know, it's really cursed. Okay, hold on, I'm curious. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's go practice what we wanted to practice. Need to get back up. Damn it, I don't want to fight these guys. Is it just 3 enemies? Tanky though. Let's just practice for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna practice. All right, Chalamet.
Game saved. Game saved.
That actually looked good. Hold on. I think that could have been good. I don't know. This is why I'm practicing this. Mm. Ooh, that actually seemed like it had potential to be good. What's the Twitch drop? You can get like a Hornet badge next to your name. That was it. What? I pogoed the spikes into him, dude. Mm. I don't know. I feel like he needs to be further back. I don't know. Maybe don't. Maybe don't try to be fancy with it. Just jump down. Jump down. Need a bench. Dude, I hate this skip. What's up, Lion? Yeah, I got a PB. I'm just practicing some spots. I died like 3 times on the run, so... I also grabbed like a bunch of safety benches, but... Yeah, we're getting better. I don't know. This skip without the cloak is kind of cursed though. I feel like it's kind of RNG. I just don't feel like this guy is actually reliable. Oh, really, Lion? What if I just instantly... I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, this enemy is... Figured out a more consistent strat. For this guy, no. This skip, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go for this skip. It just doesn't feel consistent. Like this. I mean, according to Lion, it's not. So. Oh my god, wait, I actually had it there. That's crazy. Yeah, Lion. And you really want, like, health and silk going into the mist, I feel like. I got the most insane mist Lion earlier. Or, well, it was... Hold on, I want to show you, actually. It was so stupid. Yeah, and my PB. Come on, Twitch VODs, fucking load, please. Why are they so bad, man? Oh, wait, it's actually working, maybe. Or not. Load, please. Oh, why are they so bad, man? Wait. What the fuck is going on? I'm here. God, Twitch VODs are so messed up. Why are they so scuffed? Insane. Yeah, I think it might be my browser. I don't know. Yeah, like look at the RNG that we got. So like we enter this room, right? And we go down and we get these butterflies. And then it's straight left. But instead I double back because I know the butterflies are there. So I go do the butterflies again. And then the butterflies go back to where I came from. So I go right. And then I go back, and then I take the left path because it's room 3. And like that, it just goes to show how insane. Like if you get good RNG on like the right room layout, it can be so fast. Rooms 4 and 5 were decent. They weren't as good as that, but yeah. Like going back into the previous room makes the mist 10 million times better. Or at least it like mitigates a lot of the RNG. You need to make sure to be far enough back so you don't collide with the spikes. I hate that this is faster though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, what? So weird. I'm trying to make it so the back button on my controller will dodge, but it's not working. I don't understand. Like for some reason, like I go to controller layout, right? Official layout. Yeah, I have the back button of my controller set to right trigger, which is my dash. But it just doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? I guess I'll restart the game. I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. Normally you shouldn't need to restart the game, so I don't know. Maybe it'll work now. It still doesn't work. What? I don't understand. Does this game not use Steam input for some reason? I don't why doesn't it work? I don't get it. Generic emulation. Well, hopefully that works. No, it just doesn't work. That's so cringe. Why the fuck is this game so weird? Why doesn't it work? It's so stupid. What doesn't work? Well, I have I play on controller, and I have a DualSense Edge, and I wanted to rebind one of my back buttons on my controller, but it just doesn't work. Why is it shaking your silk bar? Because I am trying to heal and I don't have enough silk. I know what it's inputting. It's inputting the heal button. The problem is, it's not using the Steam binds. It's like the game's controller binds are taking priority for some reason. Even though I have it on. Does it bind default bind to circle? Well, Hollow Knight or Silksong automatically binds it to the heal button, and it doesn't seem to matter what I do. Yo, thank you for the raid. What's going on, Weebly? PlayStation accessories. The thing is, I don't think that's gonna make a difference, but I can download it, sure. I feel like the game isn't gonna recognize the buttons no matter, like, regardless. Close the game. It doesn't. I've already rebooted the game like 4 times, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I'm downloading the program. Oh, wait. Shouldn't have closed out of that. So I have to press... Oh, there we go. I was so close, man. Oh, this skip, man. Dude, that is so... I don't... I jumped, man. I jumped. I don't know. Game has like an issue where I feel like sometimes your inputs get like... Your inputs get like eaten. Salome! I don't know, man. I mean, we're getting... Getting better at it. Oh, Ella, he's crying. What? I should have had it there. How am I alive? Almost did. Why? Why don't you attack? This What's up, Samu? It's fun. He just attacked so fast. If you fail to skip in a run, is it worth resetting the room and trying again? I mean, it's better than failing it and then doing the other room normally. I mean, we're getting better at it. I feel like that should have been it. I don't know if he was too high or... Okay, I think I got the hang of it, maybe. I think that could have worked, but... He just didn't fly into the right spot. Oh, I hate when you just manage to fall through like the perfect. I don't know, man. I was feeling good about this. Probably could have gotten it there. How much time does this save? I'm not sure, actually. Problem is, he's just not always in the same... He's just not always in the same spot. And I wasn't fast enough to react there. Yeah, but blue uses a setup with the pogo, or with the hover, which we don't have. If you taunt him, you're not gonna have time to do anything, and he's not close enough, I don't think. I think he would have died there normally. Yo, what's up, Regal? Honestly, that was good, just... Okay, maybe just... I don't know, dude. It's just, I just can't. That kind of works, but... I don't know. I think it's just... I don't know if I'm gonna do this skip, guys. He's just so random, like he just... Taunt doesn't work, guys. Honestly, dude, I think we just do this. We just don't worry about this skip. He needs to be in such a perfect position. It's just so fucking bullshit. Well, that's awkward. I teleported as I died, and I think I like overlaid the maps on each other or something. Yeah, I don't know. I think we just do this room normally. It's just so, this is so toxic, dude. I thought I was getting the hang of it, but... Yeah, he's too high. He needs to be at the perfect height. But the problem is, like, he just doesn't always aggro the same way. Yeah, I give up. This is ass. This is fucking ass, dude. Timothy Chalamet gets to live. Well, it's not like we even kill him, but... If it wasn't like 30 minutes in the run, I wouldn't mind. I do kind of want to try out the new Night Rain mode though too. Oh yeah, chat, we're also we are gonna be playing Dying Light the Beast today for an hour. We have like a early access beta branch that we're gonna be doing for like a sponsor. We're gonna be checking out the new Dying Light. I'll probably do that towards like the end of the stream, I think. Has anybody here in chat been playing Borderlands 4, by the way? I'm kind of interested in at least trying it out. Is it like streamer early access right now though? Oh, it's just out now? Oh, okay. All right, chat. It runs really bad. Well, I have a 5090, so I'm sure I can manage. Oh yeah, I'm not on Chinese. Oops. Well.
Friend.
Hey, Silksong's been a lot of fun. We actually got a somewhat okay run earlier today. Pretty happy about that. God dang it. I'm kind of cheating a little bit though, chat. I'm using the autosave so I don't have to wait through the intro every time. So I think I'm saving like 15 seconds at the beginning. It's just so much better for resetting. I mean, not that I'm resetting that much at the moment. Like, the run is still early, but... That was pretty good.
Come on. Elok. Ababa. Uro cartello. Orala.
That's fine.
Pratak.
Da, fenistra.
Jo
Megina
manel.
fora.
Mimido. Finel. Fineg.
Nice.
Pushanka. Pushanka. Los kako.
Nesvir.
Karkena. Pushanka. Kietska.
Poshanka. Thank you, Regal. $40. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That was unlucky. I don't know why those ledge grabs in here are so janky. It's so weird, man. Do I actually need to grab this bench right now? I don't think I do. No, I don't. I need to stop. I don't know why I've been doing that. Damn it. Damn it. Dang it, dude. Oh my god, what am I doing? Thanks. Well, that could have been better. Oh, I don't know, Mad Dog. Yeah, I'm on current patch. There's like a beta branch for this game though. Annoying. I jumped, dude. Not good. Okay. Ow. Wait, no, I need to kill. Oh, this guy doesn't drop enough, dude. I needed to kill that ant, actually. Oh, I'm cucked. Dude, this is so annoying. The run was so easy on the beta branch before. I want to reset. Just fuck, dude. I don't even know what to do. Oh yeah, I do have beads to pop. Maybe I should just pop them then. Yeah, I guess we just pop the beads, because we should have enough. Just gonna reset. I really don't want to, but... Oh, dang it. Hello, Butik. No. Ah.
Hey, come on. Hey, look, I'm Papa. Rataka. Fine.
うん、昼なる。
Orala.
カテストレ。
Oh, Wala.
Benny Frank.
Mimido. Jo Manel.
It's kind of funny to think that hypothetically you could like get 100% in this game and not kill a single boss. I mean, obviously you need to because there's no like glitches to skip the bosses, but if there was a glitch, like you wouldn't even fight any bosses because there's no like completion tied to them. You know, like not innately. I mean, there is and there, but you know what I mean. You have to kill bosses to get your crest upgraded? Yeah, I guess that's true. Dang it. No, I just split manually. That's so bad, dude. God damn it. Well, rip run. That was not good. Hey, Living Legend, thank you for the sub, man. Or the gifted sub. Dude, oh my god, do the pogo, man.
Hey, come on. Hey, look, I'm Papa. Torotano.
Abapa.
Plata.
Caspin?
Mimiro.
Hironare.
Fine.
Casfine?
Memero. Mimiro.
Hey, Donkey Kong. Thank you for the gifted sub. Nice.
Pushanka, Pushanka. Ona
Miofene?
Goralo. Pushanka. Mieszko. Uszke.
Oh no. Dang it. You fucking interact, dude. I don't know. I hate interacting with this shit on controller. Really awkward. Nice. Perfect RNG. Oh, right, you have... Never mind, I'm stupid. You don't have to rest, but you do still need to go back out. Oh, I went that way. It's bad. Dude. What is going on? Why is my game lagging? Oh, that's not good. I might fucking die here at this rate. I'm gonna heal. Oh. He's still not dead. Oh, this is really bad, but... Oh, I just want to use the spear, but I... God damn it, that was terrible. It's not worth doing a running attack on that guy. Sub 1. Maybe. Enemy was in a weird spot. Dang it. Being griefed. Oh. Character didn't jump. Oh god, this is so bad. Oh.
Ushkar
Nesvir.
Pumta. Yanaga. Ushkar Mikri. Kavak Katsa. Paravo.
Fadastama.
Paravos. Yanaga. Noshke. Barishkava.
Hasbin.
Paravos. Kavak Katsa.
All right.
Barishkava.
Hasfine.
Ushkar Mikri.
They better not scam me this time. I still don't know why that happened.
Pumta. Osh.
What happened? I got I didn't have any flea juice. Like, I used the 3 flea juice that I have right now, and then that was it. There was nothing else. You're supposed to have 30, though. You're supposed to get, like, a full bottle. Oh, right, you need the shards. Oh, that is so bad, dude. Jesus, that was not good. I need to practice that fight. I wonder if I can hit that guy through the... Dude, sometimes the taunt doesn't work. No, don't. Oh, I'm so bad, dude. Fuck. Pain.
Karama! 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 Karama!
Oh yeah, I need the money, you're right. Oh, God, we should just reset. I'm so sad. Dang it, dude. I don't know, man. I feel like I should just reset. Oh, that sucks, dude. Could have just dropped down from the thing, yeah. Oh, fucking stray ball. My face. I don't know why I jumped. I thought he was gonna do the... Whatever, man. This run's cooked. Yo, what's up, Blue? Record pace died to Conductor Arena. Dude, that arena... Like, doing that arena efficiently is so hard, man. That fucking arena is so rough. Are you done streaming, Blue? Are you still streaming? Feels bad, man. I got a pretty nice PB today though, dude. I'm getting better. Hold on. I actually need to show you. I need to show you the mist that I got in my run. You gotta see this, dude. I mean, like, it wasn't super efficient, but like, just the RNG. Just like, take a look at this. Just like the potential of the RNG in the mist. So like, I get the butterflies, right? I go left. And then I go back to the same butterflies. Right? I go back to the same butterflies, and then they're back at the entrance. And then I go back and I take left for room 3. And boom, like already 3 rooms solved, just like that. It's so crazy, actually. No deaths? I don't know. I don't know, honestly, because a lot of my segment, I don't know if I've had like perfect segments on everything yet. Or, well, not perfect, but you mean like deathless segments on everything? 109. Yeah, that seems reasonable, honestly. I need to work on my late game. I feel like there's so much time to save in the Gauntlet fight. By the way, are you using the parry for the Gauntlet fight or the spear? I feel like the spear is like a million times better. The spear can just, no? Well, like the parry's good, but it's so hard to use. Yeah, parry is good for the big boys. That's true. I mean, you're not wrong, but like the spear is so good on the enemy gauntlets. Like you know those two, like, I don't even know what to call the enemy. Multi-target the flying ones with parry. Yeah, I just feel like it's so much harder to use the parry. Like I don't know. The spear is a lot easier, I guess I should say. I'm not saying the parry's bad. It's just so hard to use, like, efficiently. Because a lot of the time I'll parry, but the enemy like goes through me, and then my parry hits nothing. Hey, Infinity Peach, thank you for the Prime sub. But you're not wrong, though. The parry is insanely good for the 2 fat guys at the end. I guess that alone, probably. Also, Blue, I've been cheating a little bit. I've been using the autosave to start the run. I mean, it's not like I've been resetting that much, but... Look at how much better this... Look at how much better this is to start the run. Like, you just start, and it's just like, boom. I feel like it's so much better. Hold on. Instead of waiting like 45 seconds. I could have the timer start at 20. Well, I don't know if it's quite 20. I think it's maybe like... I don't know when the proper timing is for when you, like, get up. 22. Yeah, you have 1 more HP, which is a little cheesy, I guess, but... Hold on, let me take a look at my runs from yesterday. It definitely makes it a lot better to, like, reset, though. Yeah, you do get character control at 22. I guess I could start it at like 19. For now. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't... Okay, well, whatever. I can just add the time, like, in post, I guess. That was not good. Game looks a lot more visible in the beginning. Why? Because we're moving so slow. Yeah, I'm kind of sad, Blue, that I don't have the OP patch. I mean, the rosary routing without the patch isn't too bad, but yeah, the fabled beta patch was so nice. No, you can't down patch because the patch that I was running on yesterday was a beta branch patch, and those aren't available to the public. In the beta, you get like double the amount of rosaries from relics and the cylinders, and the bellways are like way cheaper. Oh, that is... Oh my god. Oh, this is really bad. Even the extra health couldn't save me, chat. Well, to be fair, I didn't actually have the extra health because I got hit at the beginning, but... Never died to this boss. Well, you're just too good. I gotta stop hitting the ground with my pogos. Oh, that was terrible. Dang it, we didn't get the pogo. You actually, like, genuinely, if you don't get the pogo there, you lose, like, a second. Because you have to slow walk from further away. You can, see that, like, big bush to my left? You can, like, land on that bush as the trigger starts. I don't think it's worth poking there. %35 reviews on BL4. Really? I guess it's just running like shit. Classic UE5. I mean, the thing is, it's not necessarily UE5's fault. It's that UE5 gives devs all these tools, but then they don't optimize it. Alright, let's not mess this up. That's not great. That was okay, I guess. It was not good. I had some really good fights in practice yesterday. I saw some streamers had like early access to Silent Hill F. I saw somebody on my following list. I think it was like Maximilian playing. He was like playing the game yesterday. We do have We do have access to we're gonna be checking out the new Dying Light for like an hour later today
That's fine.
for a sponsor, so that's gonna be cool. We're gonna be there's like some challenges, like there's an in-game overlay that they gave me, and every challenge that I complete will be like 10 gifted subs for you guys. I think there's like 3 challenges to do. Did him 1 hour. Well, the sponsor is an hour long. Oh, he was too low. God dang it. That's good enough. We probably lost like 10 seconds there. Maybe less. I don't know.
Pushanka, Pushanka. Karke.
Hironare.
Mieszko, Pushanka. Va, va. Pushanka.
Oh my god. Dang it! Hey, thank you, gaming. I'm doing the flea route. I don't think it's worth pogoing there. Let's get a good fight. It's unlucky. It's really unlucky. There's a quick kill strat that I'm trying to do, chat, to skip his phase change, but I can only do it if he gives me the right attack. Not the greatest start here, but that's okay. Is it faster even at bad RNG? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, but it's always worth going for. It's not that unlikely that he'd it's not that unlikely to get the good RNG. Yeah, my PB is pretty good now, so I mean, like, we did have 3 deaths in the run, so like if we die we can continue if it's not too bad of a death. Honestly, the thing I'm most scared of is like the high halls gauntlet or whatever. Playing in Chinese because it's faster. Oh, I didn't need to. I don't know why I rested. I always do that. Dang it, I thought I was low enough. God, I kind of panicked. I'm missing one. I'm supposed to get 40 from that, but surely I'll get 1 rosary somewhere else. Oh my god, what am I doing? I don't know why my game always lags here. Oh no. Oh, I'm so greedy, dude! Alright, well that's fucking rip run again. Dude, I gotta lock in, man. I kinda wanna practice this segment a little bit. Okay, don't do it from that angle. I don't know, chat. This is already looking like another reset angle. I don't want to go below. It's so much better if you go up higher because there's so many pogos. So many pogos you can do up high. Oh, no way. I feel like that should work, but... Alright, well, we're like 2 minutes behind. 110.29. Damn, that's crazy. That's really good. People are getting so good at this game, dude. I mean, I'm getting better as well, but... Yeah, this game is tough, dude. Hey, Sir Lurtex, thank you for the sub, man. Sub 1 hour. I don't know about that. I don't know, man. Maybe we should try out... We could try out the new Night Rain mode for a little bit. Oh, I'm enjoying running the game. I kind of want to try out the Deep of Night. We're going to be playing Deep of Night like all day tomorrow, by the way, chat, so... I know Ella is playing right now, though. It would be fun to play with Ella. Could ask him if he wants to play. I've never played Night Rain with Ella yet.